And there's Exalted. Bright and early. Zone, what's going on? How you doing? Storm, how you doing? What's going on? All right. I think we've given it enough time. Let's get back into it. All right. So last time we were here, we very quickly got into our new defense case. Woman was stabbed in the street. The person that was accused of it was another exchange student, I guess a traveling student from Japan, kind of like how we are. Obviously, he said he didn't do it. Renting out this tiny flat underneath this old, retired military man and his wife. Apparently, there were 2 eyewitnesses that have not stepped forward yet, and we have a new investigator, Mr. Tobias Gregson, who is Herlock's rival. Almost did it. I almost said Sherlock, but I didn't, and that's the important thing. So let's go ahead and get back into this. Because I believe now we should be arriving at the courtroom. 20th of February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I never expected this. Who thought we'd be back here again so soon? On a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. Or ending. It could be life-ending. Hopefully we don't end any lives in here, but I mean, considering what happened with Magnus McGilded, it ain't looking too hot. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Oh, it's the guy. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Here, are you all right? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. His eyes look the same as they did when we saw him in the prison cell. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. But I didn't really want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't make it. Or take it, rather. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? My friend and I both got you a me and we didn't want her? Well, yeah, don't pull on the banner. I told you that yesterday, I think. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. That all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! I wonder why I didn't get a notification for this stream. Check the Discord. Stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. What do you mean Discord has failed you yet again? I did post the link in there. Did go live. Also, there's a post on my Twitter telling you that I'm live. All I'm saying is you didn't need that Twitch notification. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here than in the capital than today's. We couldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there is another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. It's you. He likes us? Let's go. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Why, the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. We'll fight in your corner until the bitter end. I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Bad luck runs in the family, I can tell. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotova, Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long... Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. But let's not forget Phoenix tanked a car. Yeah, I wonder if... Does Phoenix's durability measure up over the course of history? Because as far as we've seen, all we've been done has been hip-tossed by a 16-year-old judicial assistant. That's pretty much it. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! Crybaby yes. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against Reaper. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Hope I'm not too late. No, we've only been live for 10 minutes. We just kind of started up right now. We're getting into the courtroom. Just like you believed in me. Believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Is there going to be supernatural bullshit in this game? I hope so. I mean, we don't really have a precedent for it. The only reason we had supernatural bullshit in the regular Ace Attorney trilogy was because that was literally the gimmick with Maya and her family, right? The Kurain channeling technique was literally just the, hey, we hope you liked Mia because she's coming back. 20th of February, 10 a.m., Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now call upon the consuls for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Well, there's a little bit of racism. Everybody take a shot. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Tisada. After all, at a previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. I don't know. The way they're setting it up, it makes it seem like he did it. But I have a very strong feeling that he didn't do it. You know, but they're really painting him in that light, huh? So this whole thing is vampire? Not really vampire, but more like a count. I don't really get the vampire thing. He just drinks wine and has a cape. Is everybody that drinks wine and has a cape a vampire? I'm not really getting vampire vibe. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh, new jury. That's right. I didn't even look at them. Are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Fair play's back. Do you know anybody else who drinks wine and wears a cape? Me when I'm drunk? Never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Here's a new one. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, wow! And now we got, what was his name? The fucking, military man's wife. Garrett. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry? I didn't quite catch that. Joan, yeah, that's what it was. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Ziet. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. While our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcome, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. It just didn't need to do that. Really didn't need to do that. Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Take another shot. Oh, this one's gonna be the one, right? Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Is Eastern student racism? Nah. I don't think that's racism. I think that's just descriptive, right? However, when juror number 2 said, look at his sallow expression and short stature, he's clearly one of those Japanese, right? That's racism. That's super racism. But describing him as an Eastern student, I don't think that's, for the time period that we're in, I don't feel like that is racism. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since been stopped, known as the victim. Miss Green was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Added to the court record. Yeah. Whatever weapon that was used. Before we go any further, young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, stout build, just call her fat. Early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Rolly beat. The reporting officer. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned through her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Alright. Nothing too crazy. Wait, this is the one with the, Ooh, no, this is not... I thought this was the love letter that we got from Garadeb's room. A picture of Monsieur Lecoq. That's a name. A meal for Garabao and Canterbury Yearnings. Not Canterbury Tales, but Canterbury Yearnings. Interesting. Alright. sir. I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Oh, that big thing's starting to make me scared That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. What it do? The case just started? The trial just started. Anime titties, back for the 2 months. Welcome back to the family. Appreciate it as always. Thank you for sticking with us. Anime titties. Even the scragged looking so sexy, I assume. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Right, the jackknife has been entered. That's what I meant? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the trial just started. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? But first and foremost, jackknife time. I'm gonna be doing this with every piece of evidence that we get. Can I open it? Cha-cha! Where's the tip of this knife at, bro? Yup, that's a phrase. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Usada. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think. HP is finally here. Let's go. It'd still be lodged in the victim, do you? Dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Alright, so tip of the knife missing. I don't think we can gain anything else from this. I mean, if they pulled it from her, it should have been bloody. They might have cleaned it up, but as evidence goes, you aren't supposed to do that. But then again, this is supposed to be like a T-rated game, so maybe they couldn't get away with a lot of blood. You know? Alright. Fair enough. From what we can tell, looking at the woman's possessions, she seemed like a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, he's a fucking loser. We haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Objection! What the fuck? There's people back there. He hit somebody. He definitely fucking hit somebody with that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Here we go. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Are we actually gonna get Jack the Ripper as the true perp of this case? Because that would be sick. I talked about it earlier, how if this game wants to lean into a little bit of realism, kind of like LA Noire did with the Black Dahlia murders, if they want to lean into Jack the Ripper, that would be sick. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Well, if visibility was good and the light fog was there, is there potential that something was not really known? Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Alright, so what books were they? Because we do have the list of books. I thought the same, but isn't that nigga like a century removed from this game? But he was also never found, so it could just be... Like, this game is very clearly not one-to-one with real-world events. But if they, for the sake of just doing cool shit, right? If they wanted to just go, yeah, Jack the Ripper lives and he's in this game, okay. I'd be alright with that. I think that would be pretty cool. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Alright, perfect. Yes, O'Delly, back for the 10 months. Welcome back to the family, O'Delly. Appreciate it as always. How you doing, brother? Clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Crime scene photograph. All right. So we'll take a look at that as well. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. There's some racism. But first and foremost, ignoring the racism. Damn. I didn't notice the knife before. Holy shit. Dog. There's just something about this that looks funny. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because she's so rotund. But like, you fall on your side like this, knife in your back. It just looks kind of funny to me. Holy shit, I don't know why. It's just funny to me. I can't describe why. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? To go on? Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all had happened. Yeah, we saw this. The women can be lawyers in Britain. I remember them saying she couldn't be one in the first chapter. She's our judicial assistant. So she can make statements with us, but she cannot. She's kind of like how would you phrase this? She's essentially like she's like lawyer junior, right? Where she's not exactly a lawyer, and everything that she says we have to co-sign, right? So if we disagree with something, assumably it has to be thrown out. Like a paralegal? Well, like a pair of these. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. I'm sorry, HP. If you got baited, okay, so here's the thing. I was trying to pray, right, that somebody knew what a paralegal was, right? And the fact that somebody had to type it and it had to be you, I'm so sorry. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact the accused concedes. Well, it seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Cross-examination. Alright, so let me read through these again, because I kind of forgot. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there was unusually light fog. Of course, visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else there but the victim and the accused. Makes sense. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, so maybe he can tell us about the books, because looking in the court record, we can't really see exactly what books those are, so maybe he'll tell us what books there were, right? The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Oh, maybe it'll reveal where he was walking to or from. Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Where is it? Fuck. I was hoping it'd be like over here, you know? A little place on the corner of Briar Road in Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of the Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. So there's something going on with Calabash Road, we just don't have it just... Right. So let's... Also, I think I've missed a line. Urban books. Okay. I really want him to tell us about the books that were found at the scene, so I might have to go back for that. The defendant would have certainly passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us would turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. There... Oh! Name of the bookstore is different. It's Your Books, not Bourbon. Okay. We got that. Perfect. The most important point that the inspector just made being... bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. I thought it was going to be the books, but it was actually the bookshop. That's pretty good. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books? Yeah, about that, dickhead.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books. You found that in the accused room, did you? I almost thought that we were talking to Natsume for a second. I thought I read accursed. Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. Also, nobody heard me drop my phone on my desk. That was not my fault. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. Objection! But, in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Objection! Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here if it may be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost have certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Would that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, we obviously looked into that. Oh, please be like right here. Please be this one. This one? Because he said it's a small one, right? So this one? Fuck. It's just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. Because this doesn't, like, definitively say that the shortest route back could have been this way or this way, right? He could have taken the, north side or the south side to get back. It looks like it's equal distance. There you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Learned Nipponi's friend is obviously training to be a clown with how he regales us with such witticisms. Okay, man. How about calm down? Was no need for all that. Just gonna say that, you know? For your future career in the circus. You put that class down now, or I'll put it down for you. Okay. Where did he get another bottle? The same place he got another cup from. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference the final analysis. In the final analysis, excuse me. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. Well, we're probably going to have to do another summation examination, right? Or excuse me, summation examination. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. It claims Saseki must have passed the location on the incident on his way home from your books, but you know what? Fuck it. Say it. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Walking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. So in other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings.
Objection!
Yeah, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Ave, what's going on? I don't know why HP is saying hello to Gallus. I don't see Gallus in the chat. They've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. So you got bars now, do you? Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks wholeheartedly in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Was this his voice last time?
Guilty. Guilty.
You niggas are insane. Fuck. I didn't expect it to explode like that. It appears the jury's leaning is unanimous. Excuse me. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. Serve Queen and country quite admirably. It's always voice. I don't remember it being voice last time they gave their. Maybe when they all gave their like initial, right? But I don't remember every time they changed it being voice, right? So that might be what I'm misremembering. Either way, it's time for our summation it's time for us to tell them why they're fucking wrong. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. Still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. Have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncouth refusal to throw in his alley. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Initial findings. Juror's contention. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it could have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. But the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. 4 books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. I don't think any of these can really be brought against one another. He admitted it. You can press them. Oh, I didn't know you could press. Did we? I don't think we pressed them last time. The only minor exceptions. The reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Why isn't a shop worth a visit? Of course. I'm like, now if I can press, that's obviously like one of the first ones I press. When the stabbing occurred, the only 2 people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard back from the inspector that the defendant then fled from the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Here, even the judge appears to be convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. Want to force the trial to continue? Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. Must make the jurors change their minds. 4 of them, at least. Exactly. You have no choice but to forge forward. The floor counsel, begin your summation examination. So I think I pressed the guy getting back to work. Oh! Could the guy getting back to work have something to do with why the bookshop wouldn't want to be gone near? I don't know. Please press juror number 2. Wasn't she just talking about the woman in the overcoat? And Ryunosuke, you can do it. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. This is just racist. Oh, you want me to press her for racism, don't you? Alright.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Not quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. That's not really racism. Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes? But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Well, there's racism. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare that the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious? No one else possibly could have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well. For her. Alright. And wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop not in winter. That makes sense. The poor woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful. Gary, can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. How about you tell us a little bit about that work? A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Your life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. We're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard— Ooh! Digging up roads, huh? So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. Alright, perfect. At that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right, Mearsham Street it was. Mearsham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. So it would be 3 in him now, right? Because there's no way he would walk around not in winter unless the road was dug up and he couldn't walk through. What's the point of that? Can we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Alright. This only has to work, right? Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. Now let me ask this as well. Does it matter the order that I pit in? Like, as long as I get the 2 matching ones up, I don't have to pick like 5 then 3, or I don't specifically have to pick 3 and 5? No? Perfect. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. What do you want? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's being said on our map of the local area. On that day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there was works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable. which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Oh, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more in the pavement. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back or go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose it must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. What's going on, Kev? How you doing? My Lord Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so that we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? He's got to get back to work. Well, all right then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in. That's what I say. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Managed to change a couple of minds at the very least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if the current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsu. Might be able to tip the balance completely. Okay, so I gotta see what the old man said. Yeah, that's exactly what we've got to do. Bantis is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Are you contributing? Do they pay people for jury duty these days? No, it's your constitutional right to go to jury duty. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright. Okay, and whether it's digging up roads or digging up the truth, you've got to see it through the end. So, with these being different, like, colored, right? And there being different statements, I can't do anything to this one, right? This seems like it's solved. So it just basically removes the statement from the order. Okay, because I was gonna say, like, how do I then change or use his with whatever this guy is gonna have, right? Not worth a visit, and why is that? Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. So he would have seen him, right? That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. And you're alive? It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. He ate that? I mean, this guy is at the very least got a concussion. And now he's on jury duty? Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Change 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhoyo. Yeah, just 2 more to go. Oh, I thought... Okay. Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Yeah. So, then it would be 2 and 6, right? So, hit and number dose.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Here's Maya eating a cheeseburger. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over in the icy streets in the neighborhood. My. Shut up, Fairplay. My goodness. You mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to our hard-of-hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. They're both very fat. Look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we would have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip on over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. Would you like to call a verdict of not guilty? Thank you. I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... The first juror is supposed to be Abraham Lincoln? No, that's Bruce Fairplay. From the, previous case. Well, that submission examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Gaze 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. Trial will continue.
Objection!
Don't throw it. Okay. Gonna take a sip. But it seemed churlish of me to drink from my hollowed chalice mere moments after raising an objection. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? It's the circus thing, isn't it? Has to be. Mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, though. What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyways. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over all the time. Damn it. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can tell. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There could be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Old man? You can talk! Or you can talk, right? You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order, order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prefer it during the summation examination? What's going on, master? I see you finally got your power back. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Cape off. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. I did. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. So, this can't be Garrideb, right? Because witnesses, right? This can't be Garrideb and his wife, right? So, I was on the thought train that Garrideb and his wife was the husband and wife that witnessed the attack, but now seeing Joan up on the stand, I'm gonna retract that because that doesn't seem likely. It's next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? I've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his next witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki, and know that he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. That's not a Scotland. There's no way, right? That's just a fake hat. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Are y'all wearing the same scarf? Constable Roy Beat, sir? Oh, he is the fucking, cause... God damn it. Yeah, Rolly Beat. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Is he chewing on his fucking helmet strap? Bro, that's crazy. Also, what's good with your helmet? What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that name before, actually. Indeed. Apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, lighting and extinguishing all of our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You'll tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. I just don't fuck with a witness on the stand that is doing the Bernie up there. How about we just get him off the stand? I think Van Zeus is a serial killer. That's what they're kind of like leaning towards, right? They're kind of like showing him off like, oh, he's nefarious. You know? Like that's something. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Both saw him as clear as day. He didn't say anything. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. Their testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed. It's a death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. The life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? I learned, friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt accused. It was without doubt, not without a doubt. That's just weird phrasing to me because I've never seen it like that. It's just so Seki Natsume. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that man's so tired his wife had to do all the talking. Well, it was a light fog, they said. I don't think the thing is that they saw him. They saw someone, right? Police officers never lie, never, not once. Hey, cab, by the way. Yes, my lord. Time to change after work, so you guys were in a hurry. Also, what time was this?
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children, the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Huh? I just finished my beat. Right now I headed back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh, no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Here, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feet. But policing's my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? Metropolitan Police warrant card? A warrant card, sir? Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding of principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Except for Miss Olive Green, who kinda got smoked. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up a lot with being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Ah, Patrolly. Fuck. I hate it here. What a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Alright, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and the pavement in front of us. What do you mean by in front of you? Two silhouettes? I feel like this whole testimony is what I'm supposed to be pressing. The whole testimony seems like nonsense. Nothing to present evidence to at the very least. Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Is that a shot? No. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you were certain at the time that nobody else was nearby. Well, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? You're gonna snap his neck. Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beach. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. A copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Shout out Patricia Rowland. I guess. Still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation of the incident just now. Or just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the ground, the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered seems like instead of dropped. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them. All around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. I really want to, like, see the books, right? Because I have a feeling that these books aren't the books that are listed in the receipt, right? Or at least one of them isn't. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him! It was a man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything! Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though that they're telling the truth here. Okay, but how could you see their silhouettes, but then you saw his eyes clearly? May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Now please, continue. Yes, sir! Straight over the course, then went for help in a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Yeah, this whole testimony seems like it's just not very helpful. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go. And for it. Ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions, 2 model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Definitely, yeah, this is the last statement, so I assume I'm fucked. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Is that why the judge is, wearing glasses? Had me fooled. Right. The light from the street lamps is more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was the only light. Wait, what? So the street lamps weren't lit? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, alright. I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fogs makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Oh, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. There can be a few. There can be a few questions. It was Soseki that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. That's it, is it? Their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw what they say they saw. Jesus, that one crossed me up. That was a whole lot of my brain beating my ass on that one. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. And what do we do? Kazuma's here. What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you can identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, make the jury doubt if their pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. Don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. I almost said constitution. I always seem to be so up against it. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. You dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. Beach. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like one more the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I didn't even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped in the scene. Now. Gotcha.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. Right, I remember all of them. Picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, meal for someone, and thingamy something. Now, I remember that first one quite well because his name was Mr. Lecoq. That shit was hilarious. But let's look at it. What's it yearning has to be Canterbury yearnings. I forgot the last one. A meal for Gabarao. Okay. So which one is not there? And the thing, I have no idea what this is even supposed to be. Sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Well, first of all, you're fucking dumb. Simply, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry. It's a big lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. She is fat, but very much alive. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Oh.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, the receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, there are only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your own powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was a defendant that you saw, could very well be mistaken. No. They are wearing the same scarf. Oh god, I thought that was gonna be a joke. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. The fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to alert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancy. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. In every respect. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. It's only telling 1/2 of the story here, so to speak. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Not again! Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Why does that book look like it's taken... No! That's Garrett Ebb's book. That's not her book. Because it's burned and it's called The Lion's Pride. We got him. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Order, order. There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearning. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabarao, in fact. And the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Not really exceptional, she's fucking up some of the more, big details about the books, but she remembers the books. They're not exceptional. Pretty good, not exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book of that is which shown in this photographic print. No, Baroque Van Zeeks is not simping. He's just making his, it's a good thing to make your witnesses feel appreciated. Because then they're more likely to go along with what you say. That's just common tomfoolery. Sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? Wonder what became of that fourth book? Unless you're Edgeworth and have to deal with Oldbag, yeah. If you have to deal with Wendy Oldbag and your name is Miles Edgeworth, you just quite literally just want to be out of there as fast as possible. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photograph has been inserted into the court record, and as well as the book, Lion's Pride. It's kind of weird that they're showing it from that angle to make it seem like it's, good and whole when you see the picture. The prosecution rests. Because when you look at the book... Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba... Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. Terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Okay, there we go. I have nothing further to add. What? Seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance up until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. A spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. Walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should this court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? We've all heard the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? What do you mean, what do I do? You know what I'm about to do.
Objection!
Shut that bullshit up. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. The fact that she said "oh" with eyes like fully open, like she was about to go over there, like she was about to just beat his ass. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see so fit to pursue? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. Of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, duh. Oh, excuse me.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes?
Objection!
Been a minute howdy, y'all.
Flip back for the 10 months at Tier 2, and it has been a minute howdy. Howdy, Flip. How are you doing? Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciate the big support with the Tier 2. Welcome back, welcome back. And how appropriate that the Tier 2 and Tier 3 sub-notifications are Ace Attorney themed, and we're going back to it. I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. I afforded you this opportunity. You led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Minute? Have you not heard that pronunciation before, Joe? It means something small. I can almost assure you that if there was a period or comma after minute in that sentence, text-to-speech might have read it as, it's been a minute, howdy y'all, but it read it as, it's been a minute howdy. Like a tiny howdy. So, I must insist you elaborate, counsel. You identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yeah, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
Would ask the court to observe the back of this book in question. I thought I misspelled it, Law. Yeah, sometimes text-to-speech makes you think you're stupid. More stupid than you already are. If you are stupid. You're back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching to what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede to the point, if it bears no relation to the case, then there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is of some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Right, I'll explain my theory. Keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tonga suffered? Who owns it? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has a very credible answer.
Good gracious! How can you possibly?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Go tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Mr. Jean Geredeb.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Geredeb.
The landlords?
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fated work, I don't know. Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Geredeb herself.
My goodness.
Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Geredeb's wife. I'm his maid. Right. This would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Geredeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Was Geredeb Crescent Face? Yeah, he's the guy that kind of looks like the moon. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Geredeb's house.
Lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
Well, I was about to get there. Thank you. Fire, my lord.
The Lion's Pride. By Jove, that's the very same title to the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection! This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flame. How awful. I can't even imagine being so hard to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Are you sure about that? Big stretch, excuse me. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious! You suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of the Garretib's window pane being broken. That's quite true. I also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garretib household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garretib's wife. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Is it going to be Mr. Garretib? Or Mrs. Garretib, rather? Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. Not really racism. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really. Claiming that our little tear set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? Nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Shut up, Bruce Fairplay. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? What? Think about it. End of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene, too. You declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? Truth, my lord. I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... It's just why. You have a perfectly good hand, like right here, right? Your hand is perfectly fine, right? You can use this to slam on the table. Why are you using your boot? What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Okay. Thank you for that unambiguous response.
It's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up yet. Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? Battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course. The defense has a right to another summation examination.
I was about to say, do we get a second one? Do we get to shoot twice? Oh, here we go.
You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You still have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination.
Huh. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I'm not a magician, but I got a couple tricks up my sleeve. Don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Oh. Alright then. That was a pretty quick one.
It's kind of crazy that the to be continued for the trial came before a to be continued in the investigation. The investigation took us, what, 4 hours? And we're hitting 2 hours reaching the TBC of this?
I have considered the defense's counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. Presume the jury is ready, Mr. Ford. We are, my lord. Good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Judicial findings. Juror's contention. He was left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. Yes. Why did I get pinged on it? Alright. Like he was asking about D&D, which, I don't even know if that campaign's gonna continue. People can't decide on times and shit.
If there was some other novel alternative explanation for how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Oh, could you imagine if Mrs. Garrett threw the knife out the window and it just hit her? Oh, that would be fucking hilarious.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? For me, it wasn't only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me sneezes.
Thank you, juror number 6.
There's considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury around this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault with the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And
Itch.
moreover,
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued that any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
Here I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure, then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Should I say, Mrs. Garadeb? We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. The 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to things other people say.
Okay, so we gotta keep out for, oh, we'll probably press the old man and she'll probably react then, right?
Fence's rebuttal.
So, I also want to get more out of this guy because, fucking, come on, guy.
Hold it!
Just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me, like I said before. Oh, and now I can actually... Oh, this is kind of cool. I vibe.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me, my missus ain't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny because I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There
must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Okay, so nothing? Or we're looking for something to present to him then, maybe?
Hold it!
Maybe the sneezes, maybe the window was open. That have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the topping table. What a sight to behold it was.
So you mean to tell me this guy is 76 years old? You put candles on a cake. Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. By the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire?
Move this a little bit more forward. I'm kind of reclining in my chair now. What a fiasco. The grandchildren blessed them and threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, they had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Oh, really? We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. I'm a little bit confused here, because, unless I need to press everyone again. Tell us how or he or she could have done it. Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. You only need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Because he's the last one? Yeah, but I figured he would change something about his testimony and be able to pit. Unless just pressing on the very last one makes you go to the beginning anyways. Juror 1 has history that would incur bias against the defense's attorney. He has no problem lying in court. Yeah. That's literally unfortunate. Both juror number 1 and juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb, all have bias in this case. They shouldn't be allowed in the juror stand. Don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. I mean, I guess, right? Window was closed. Okay, so, I mean, I guess... about the possibility that the window was open. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Okay, so I gotta press him and, Old Man Jenkins together. The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. But what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Alright. Alright. Okay, so it did change it. I just didn't really get to see it change because he was the last one. Those two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you just hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Exactly. On the day in question at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat. Oh.
Excuse me.
Oh, there we go. Juror number 4. You have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare that you imply I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Well, I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Are you fucking stupid? Oh, alright then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. Should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. She is a fucking menace to society. This woman, yes. 100%. I just got tagged in one of the worst things that I've seen in a very long time. Hold on, I got you guys. If you've been here while I talk about Final Fantasy XIV, and I've talked about like res macros, and how they're like unnecessarily, like people make them unnecessarily long, I had that happen to me last night, and I posted it to Twitter, and I was like, yeah man, this one was really long, and my friend has sent me an even worse res macro. I don't know if he just recently saw it, I don't know if this is from something, but for those of you who are curious, please feel free to check out that tweet right there. Oh boy. Alright, so I guess we can press here then?
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows various obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us that he had been reading. I really couldn't say. Oh, okay. Forgot we were doing that here. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband a copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Bro, shout out to juror number 5 for having the fucking reaction time of a god over there. Does he look any different? He's just kind of still looking... It's cool because he kind of looks over bad. Or kind of looks over at her like she did something bad. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Also, what's going on here?
Excuse me!
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory that I blocked out. Ah. Was listening to what this granny said, but brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky little devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Dear, a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know? God-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. That's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rage, I thought it was loose their rage, like, you know, let it loose. And then I read rag and I was like, no. He's not saying when women are... No. Knives, hatchet, hammers, you name it. It's Naruto. You mustn't think that all of them are so short-tempered and unrefined. Don't look at me so angrily. What are you about to do? No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people as well. It's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the... Like, Jesus. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words will be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare. Alright. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Ooh, alright, so it would be him and, seems about right to me.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief! And they don't contradict each other. Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2. You think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household onto the street below. Was that no? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps he's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Galar. We'll let that one slide. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You're about to get a gay one. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Are you fucking stupid? Don't answer that. Really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household onto the scene of the crime was a jackknife.
Take that!
Jury number 4. This is Garrideb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. Yes. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it just flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like I thought he was gonna say arm. This guy is essentially a New Yorker in my head. I don't really know why. But, you know, woman beating his ass. Oh my god. She really whooping his ass, bro. Anywho. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Yes. That sounded like a yes to me. Wrap it up, boys. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Where did Mrs. Garrett go? Why didn't the old man cast his vote? We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. She fainted? I know, I saw, but like, you think they would... you think they would show her, like, standing back up or something. At least in that shot there.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have been changed. 2 jurors call guilty, against 4 now calling innocent.
Sounds pretty good to me. Hold on. Free Prime delivery, August 13th. That's 2 days from now. Let's go. Okay. Had to order more pretzels. I ran out of pretzels. Sorry about that.
Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Kind of pretzels? I'll read you the exact name of them. They're Utz's Braided Honey Wheat Twists. I love these things. It's the whole fucking case. Come on, Kyoro. Come on.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
And I got a 5-pound bag of Swedish fish, too. So, we ballin'.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Ah!
But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? Defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards... That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Well, that's a little farther than I'd imagine.
I mean, you can still chuck a fucking... Look, man, I've seen people throw some shit. You know? Don't they have that, like, little thing, like, as an attraction that people go to now where you can throw an axe? That's longer than 14 or 15 yards. You can definitely whip that fucking axe like about, like, 20.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, this smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
No, she could have just fucking picked it up.
And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge in the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Hey, Sherlock, fuck. Take a shot. Sherlock hasn't done anything to deserve that jab. Come on, man.
There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susano? Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here.
Lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its meaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrido, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Order, order, order! Well, this is a highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
That hit the same person.
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. Say you, witnesses.
Yes, sir. Constable Royley Beat, reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Roly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I'd leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. The nigga that has narcolepsy? Yeah, no, I trust him. Yeah, 100%. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement window. Just basement with a B? Or with a C? Is that how a blood says basement? Or a Crip says basement, excuse me?
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh, yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy. Him.
Do not excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir. Sorry, but... exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry.
Found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Right, I'll try.
The window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, as it swings opens along the upper edge, you see. Glad you rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fell straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already.
That can't be.
See that, Rolly? A Japanese man collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. Saw how he crumbled before me. Okay. How is this happening? Haven't even started the cross-examination yet. Cross-examination, there we go. And already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Good, another desperate situation.
Alright.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir.
Oh, I forgot.
The answer is this. It has the notable founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all his policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. It's the warrant card.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly.
Sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well... So, could you answer the question? Was a waste of time then? Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. But before I can get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? Very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Alright. So let's... Oh. Can I inspect the thing? Damn it, okay. Item number 1, a policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. This wasn't your beat, though. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat of which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. So I guess he didn't then. Alright. Also, that doesn't really explain why they couldn't have had anything to do with it.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Keep forgetting how to do that. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. It's been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before. I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir? I'm confused then. He wasn't around when we were talking to the fish and chips man, so where was the help? That wasn't his beat, remember. Everything that was listed in that warrant card, right? His allotted beat, right? Around his beat. This wasn't his beat. So he sent his wife to go call the cop whose beat it was, right? Does that make sense? I hope it does. Do you even know? How would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's house is furnished with? Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. We didn't see you. Also...
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Yes, that street by a road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? He's back asleep. Constable Beat! Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garridib household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see. Huh? Really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Something I never expected to see today was Waka Flocka streaming Brawlhalla. What the fuck is happening? Ace Attorney's happening. That's what's going on here. I don't know if... The Garrett household is on your beat. Does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. Wasn't aware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies. Tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. It must be it. And perhaps we should make sure that we have information officially on the record. Give it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Alright. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside of Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Now it's my turn, I think. Alright. So, yeah, I guess you would have.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. But Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book crossed the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, with what the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is stylish, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Alright.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. Can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on that way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. That's a very weird way to spin that one. We'll give him points, though. We'll give him points. The board awards points for that one. Oh, please. I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. I said my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Not at all? You didn't take your eye off it? Did you close it? Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else even approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? It seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burned copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. The question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Would it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'm not gonna like it, but yes, of course. What is it? Doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Nobody said that. Do you see who's sitting right next to me? She's been helping me. Why would I think that? You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you, nor fucking asking. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage.
Was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a police wife's word counts for nothing, does he?
I see that I don't have to rely on domestic violence because we're taking it international now. I'm about to beat your ass, woman. Shut up.
Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? You know what I said? My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes.
So I guess then that... What did you mean by that? Were you guys on the opposite side of the street?
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made our arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Oh, does he now? How angry do you get, bro?
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a teen. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for my wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up with it for farthings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it just until now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. You're talking about it to anyone else, darling. I'll have to promise. Really?
Oh. What was all that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my wave roll. So I guess...
Hold it!
Question about that? What kind of bouquet? What was it? You dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime. Yes, that's right. So upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with my other the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. He moved the fucking body? Are you kidding me, you dumb bitch? In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me to the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. He wanted her to have a good night, so he moved the body over to the other constable's, beat. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought for me on our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household. In front of the Garrett's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added into the court record as evidence. Oh. Anniversary bouquet. But it's a symbol of our love. And now it's evidence for a murder, or attempted murder, so... I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Miss Beat. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report on that front. Yeah, about that, dickhead. That can be said for most people in AA games. Just don't fucking do that. Yeah, just don't do the stupid thing. Why did you do the stupid thing? Also, what did you mean by that?
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that can't be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped to the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
It's on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Ladies, fucking somebody catch me up to date.
Well, Mayor, we went to court. We're proving Natsume's innocence. We proved that he went a different way, or he took a different path home, and then that got disproven. There was a fourth book at the scene that was Garadeb's, the landlord, that got thrown out of the window. We couldn't prove where exactly it landed, so now we're trying to prove exactly how it could have been that how the victim picked up the book and potentially got a knife in the back on one side of the street, and assumably the constable that reported the initially reported the victim had moved her body across the street so he could spend the evening with his wife. Mean girl.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garadeb's come around. You might call it a nitpick, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence in the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Are you guys fucking dumb? It's either... I guess we go with him, right? Because I could say it was her because she dropped the flower, right? But yeah, I'm just thinking if, like, am I thinking too far ahead? Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband had asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well?
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do. Your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of his crime. Or this crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide
where the victim fell.
Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? I mean, where she was attacked. What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember?
Damn it, Bobby.
It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That is certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponi's friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
That's on the opposite side of the road.
Don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell down directly from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beaton, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening in the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, I was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can have been. Constable Beat has then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. During the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. I miss anything important. Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. Terrible dream. As I did that night, everything come out. Everything exposed. Well, fucking thanks, I guess. Seems... wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all of this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one, too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation for everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. In Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Big cracks. And where is the warrant card? Yeah.
Take that!
I thought that was the book for a second.
Welcome to the family, son.
Reshi back for the 15 months. Things I also mistook. I thought he was on a streak. Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciate it as always. Glad to have you back. Realize that I'm a foreigner in this land. I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though, through honorable patrolling the beat. Oh, that though honorable. Patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace and looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal each day. A great deal to do each day, certainly. For Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? Oh. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. Was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. He and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, it must have gone through the man's mind. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, When a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. Also, what's going on, Isho? I saw you pop in here.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh. Exactly. Summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper, and I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. We ran over to the scene, every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. Got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying. What that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of a crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street and then... Sorry. So sorry. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire scene outside of your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
See, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
See your meaning now.
Got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly across the round, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, Made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Bride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it. Interesting. Alright. So yeah, she picked it up off the ground and then a knife landed in her back. This seems almost incontrovertible to me. I don't see how you could need to explain it, but I can assure you this trial is going to go on for at least another 20 or so minutes. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene. Me and Pat both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. Didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. Suppose this is for me now. This is it for me now. I've had it.
Lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Or not? Is this just about to end?
Constable, may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. Tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Sir?
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
But never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave, now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir! Good guy Baron, or Baroque Van Zeeks, excuse me. I really hate that his name is Baroque, because I keep thinking of the Gangster Party line. Broke niggas, Baroque niggas.
Never thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
Hey, wait a minute. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will. If further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Well, I mean, Miss fucking book thrower.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadip. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
Look, man.
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadip, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? The time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrett. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage, and as such, threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrett. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
So here's what I think is gonna happen, right? The play out of the case, right? The tip of the knife is going to be it got broken off, right? And it landed in her back, which knocked her out. Didn't kill her, right? That they keep making that fact apparently clear. So she'll be like arrested for like I was gonna say flagrant use of a deadly weapon, but you know, negligence maybe. That would be the one thing you can do with it. Maybe? I don't know. Endangerment? Yeah. I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh, come through. Yes, please. No. I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Let's fucking go.
Make no mistake. Jurors are not special in any way. Not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like it at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? You joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrett?
How did they pick this jury? Supposedly at random, but terrible, terrible, awful way to do it. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Bitch, are you serious? The poor woman. You threw flaming books at your husband as your house was burning. What the fuck do you mean? So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence. You're going to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truth being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses may not themselves even been aware of.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Garrett.
Maybe not put adulter in that, because she's gonna start flipping out.
And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Here in the Old Bailey. I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garridan. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore. Court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. I had a feeling. Okay. Oh, he's wearing the fucking medal? Oh, fuck this guy. I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Either I think I ought to testify as well, don't you? What about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garridan? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumber Fusiliers? I don't know that word. Sir, seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. Will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. One thing I will say though, and that I noticed this a while ago, and I didn't really make note of it. One thing that I really like about this game is that Naruhodo has probably the most cause for being uncertain and finding himself, right? As far as everything goes with like for example, like other prosecutors going like or other defense lawyers, not prosecutors, going like oh no, I don't know if I can do it. What's going on? I can't defend this person. Like, Phoenix had already had training to be a lawyer, right? Apollo had training to be a lawyer. So did Athena, right? All of those characters have, like, should at least have the very, like, foundation of who they're supposed to be, right? But Ryunosuke, on the other hand, had fucking nothing. He's literally working on less than 30 days of learning. Right? So, whereas Phoenix, Apollo, and Athena all, right? They all had, like, the proper setup to go into things. And they should already know how things, like, are going down, right? Ryunosuke is he's more trying to find out if he's not only cut out for this, if this is something that he can do, right? So I very much appreciate the intro of Ryunosuke as not somebody who's familiar with law in any fucking way, right? He didn't know jack shit, and then went on a crash course, and he's now trying to prove himself. So those little like pep talks of like, I think I can do it, or this is what I need to do, or I need to do this, I need someone to help me, right? That all feels like it feels more genuine for him than it does for anybody else, if that makes sense. I think I just missed that line because I clicked. Uh-oh. They're referring to the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Oh, do you want me to remind you guys? Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that Bali thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. We still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than what they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Benzeeks may very well be right. Well, whatever the chances, only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm afraid so. Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Oh, shit. So I think it's the, yeah, the first line from her, picking up whatever you could find to throw at him. So you don't even just remember what you throw at him, right? So what all did you throw at him?
Hold it!
If you can remember anything. Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Susato. But you know, I was thinking that. So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge.
Fine.
A napkin.
Jupiter.
Did you say by Jupiter? That's crazy.
Excuse me.
Something to add, sir. Because this is like the first time, or one of the few times that it's been like an actual outburst, and not somebody like coughing or clearing their throat. Mr. Garadep.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ow.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She hit a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman! Not at home now. This is a court of law.
Why would you pour tea into his pipe in the first place? Dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when it went to pick up the thing, it was broken in two. Like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
See, pipe was broken.
It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Well, one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? What we should make of this account. It could be. It is important. The defense believes Mr. Garrideb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Swore veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worth of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
So are we gonna find, like, the broken off piece of knife in here? Like, we remove the bandage and it's just embedded into it? I was feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Well, no, it's fine. Mr. Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thanks you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Remove the bandage. It's to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. It's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have been considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like that. Either that or he can't afford to replace it.
Okay. There's a chip missing. Wait.
Motherfucker. Okay, well, I thought it was going to be in... I didn't think, A, it was this big, B, it would have been in here. Because, what's that? Something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Is that what it's called? Is it called a chamber? Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
Oh, gee, if only we had something like that.
Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Alright. So do I have to, like, prove that they connect? This tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade. Okay, and he's just gonna say the same thing. Don't really know. It's just something... But I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
Okay, so you want me to look at the knife.
I'm blind. I thought it was like an action. I forgot that it flips out. Yeah, like, come on. Well, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing. Could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? The tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. Yeah, somehow. Somehow, huh? Alright. So, I guess... But, okay, so I'm a little bit confused here, because if they combined into one, it would be easy, right? Just present the knife, right? But the fact that they didn't combine...
Objection!
Do I have to prove it with this? Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can.
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy.
What is that? Tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. What may appear to first be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. Where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garridib's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel?
Are you suggesting that is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the truth of this case, my lord. Oh, she's on a box. Look at the back of his fucking robe.
You're rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence compared to this fragment of metal allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Are you fucking dumb?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that's missing.
Common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? Now its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garridib's pipe.
Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. Don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and its fragment of metal are a perfect match. Golly gosh! Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garridib's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Did he just break his pipe?
Sorry me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garridib flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garridib, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time,
Which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good Lord!
Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garridib's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garridib's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Gosh, oh dear, oh. No! We get a breakdown?
Objection!
Hey, what the fuck's going on, bud?
Full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, possibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast to my learned friend's characteristically Japanese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
After all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an unsurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency in the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her... That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joe, old thing, what were you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back.
Oh, one last time. Just show him the fucking book. Just show him the fucking book. Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on top of the head. Well, you guys remember that book? It's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen?
Here the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. For theory, my learned friend, is history.
So close. I could see the truth. So sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. In other words, you simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Susato! Mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. Your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volume. Tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel?
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. I already have the answer.
Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency. Final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the fourth book. Fuck.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garrett's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
As we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers length.
Right so,
As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
that's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point.
That's how he found it.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
I should say so. For being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
Why, jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett's household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in light fog, when all of a sudden, the book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrett. What do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book,
I don't know why it's funny. It's just fucking funny. I can't explain it. It's just the pose. It's just how they have her lying down, right? Like that's it, right? That's why it's funny. I can't understand why it's funny to me, but it's funny to me. Yeah, it's a sound effect too. I can't fucking explain it. That shit was just hilarious to me.
the next object fell from the room above, jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. That same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events. A series of unfortunate events, one might even say. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrettep,
Very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garrideb. What do you mean, poor Mrs. Garrideb? She was assaulting her husband. And put someone in the fucking hospital. Of course, but I never meant anything of the sort to happen, but... It was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. If you're going to implement a jury system in Ace Attorney, then you might as well have one of them charged for a crime. Of course, you know, that's 100%, right? That has to happen. Because if you're going to run that, like, I think what would have been better is if we would have been presented with a situation where 100% it was definitely, right, like the person, right, like the person on the stand is very much, or the person in the jury is very much like, this nigga is nefarious, he did the crime, he's being smug about it, but he is not willing to go up and testify, right? And having to prove that he is indeed the murderer. I think that would have been a little bit more fun. But again, that seems like it would be a very final case type scenario. John, dear?
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Is that why you slapped him like 5 minutes ago? Truly. I'm sorry. Bro, his knee is bad. Are you serious? Like another Madden guard situation? Yeah, something similar to that.
Wood Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrideb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state.
See, like, with this and the previous case, right? Like, I don't feel like the person that did it had a proper motive whatsoever, right? Like, I don't feel sorry for the person. Like, I don't feel sorry for Mrs. Garrideb. Lock that bitch up, right? I feel more sorry for fucking Rolly Beat, right? Like, I feel like he got the shit end of the stick. And it's very clear that we're trying to make things better for him, right? But this rotund bitch needs to go to jail. I guess this is the first Ace Attorney case that didn't involve a murder. No, there's been a couple that, like, this attempted murder, right? And we've kind of like there's definitely been one case that didn't involve explicitly a murder, right? I just can't remember which one it was, but I definitely remember one of them not being like, aha, is a murder, right?
However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
There was the thief case? No, that ended in murder. That inadvertently had murder in it.
Yes, unbeknownst to them, they caused what would easily have been a terrible tragedy. Shall have prepared themselves for the consequences of their action. There is some good news, however, my lord. Just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily. The doctor believes that she will regain consciousness soon.
Still, lock the bitch up. Are you serious? Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but never once met her. Wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
Oh, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes! On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. I came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture. We've been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, and in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me.
Professor Seki. His imagination really has gotten the better of him. Poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led into false conclusions. Thanks to Lord Van Seeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of the action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you... Alright, we are 2-0. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. May you never again be brought before me.
What was it his fault? I mean, it was kind of his fault, but it wasn't really his fault.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. February 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum!
Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, his name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Hatty, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard to say that then?
Locum, you did it!
You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, no, no! Not that! Lovely loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I just never have gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, not flattening. Please don't flatten me.
And we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? That was to become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. Disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain. It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume. Man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgent, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very bad about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Or Soseki. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. There is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
It will be all right, Mr. Natsume.
Hmm?
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
No, not me!
Whoa, lawyer be upon you. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
It's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. Work of literature by Soseki. Would be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Haruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Well, you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot. Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated at a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings! No. The windowless room. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Mine, evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy is conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add.
You sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. Must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings with the greatest detective's office's attic! I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shouldn't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Welcome. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you. It's a shame we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But, Locum, we'll meet again one day, in the next game.
Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Shums.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, the Soseki's innocence successfully established. Rode with Mr. Shums to what was become our new home, 221B Baker Street. 20th of February, 4:41 p.m. The Attic Room. Quite spacious. So this is... Oh, yeah. It's not a step ladder. Wait, hold on. You gotta move. Our office? Rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Now, here's the issue, right? Here's the issue. I'm unable to see how far these rungs like go, right? Because if they're just like bars, then this is a ladder, right? However, the issue becomes if these are not rungs and indeed like platform, in which case it becomes a step ladder. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Damn! Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes. Thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We'll have a lot to celebrate. Oh, he's dead, isn't he? He's super dead, isn't he? Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and wealth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're very well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. It wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. All right. And that is going to be the end of Chapter 4. Before I do take off, because this was as far as I'm planning to go, right? Yeah, though the game has one final case left, the series is not exactly. Given the way this was set up, you know, like Chapter 2 being entirely on the boat, right? That kind of feels like this was, they set these games up in order to be a Game 1 and a Game 2, which makes a lot of sense. But before we do take off, does anybody want to see the we can watch the intro to the next chapter if you guys want. Or do you guys think stopping here is a good point? I think stopping here is a good point, but it's up to you guys. Down preview, leave it here. Stop. All right. I think we're gonna leave it right here for right now. Next time we come, save it for next time, stopping here. Yeah, it makes sense. Next time we come back, we will be starting up chapter 5 of the Brace of Bernie Bombables. But for now, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. For the time being, though, I do like to give a shout out to you guys sticking around here for the entire time. Anime Titties for sticking with us for the 2 months. O'Delly for sticking with us for the 10 months, Plip for sticking with us at tier 2 for the 10 months, and Reshi for sticking with us for the 15 months. Tomorrow we will be back It'll either be Genshin or more of this, depending on how I'm feeling. But with that being said, I'm going to take off for tonight. You guys have a nice rest of your evening, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Till then, peace.